And
I'm sorry for that. You are now live. Go ahead now.
Hi everyone. Hope it's a good day on everyone's side. Tuko hapa leo tena kuanza kuzungumzia, hatuanzi, tunaendelea kuzungumzia mambo ambayo tumekuwa tukizungumzia. Mkiangalia mada yetu ya leo ni Tuju's Nightmare and the Unforgiving Ruto. That is our topic today, but it should not limit you to what you want to talk about. We can also talk about other things that are happening in our society. Tumeona kama leo wamesema there might be a shortage in fuel, or there might be a rise in the prices due to the war that is happening in Iran. And we've also seen today Tuju in hospital, but still under police custody. Apart from that, tumeona pia bado Ruto anaendelea na ziara yake pale Nyanza, na akaongelea na kukashifu upinzani concerning this Tuju's matter also. Sasa tutaanza na hii story ya Tuju. Let me try to look for the video. Niko na shida kidogo. So about Tuju's case, tuliona jana alijitokeza, na baada ya hapo he was taken forcefully by the police to Karen police station, and in the process Tuju got hurt, which led him to being rushed in the hospital, but still under police custody. And then we've seen today mawakili wake wamekuwa pale kotini. Mkuu wa mashtaka alikuwa amesema kwamba Tuju anafaa kuappear in court after ametoka hospitali, lakini they reached a point wakafunga hayo mashtaka na on a bail of 200,000. Lakini pia tumeona Ruto kule Nyanza amesema Tuju needs honest and good friends, not the opposition. So it's like akasema opposition ni kina Kalonzo. Ruto ended up saying that
Valerie, kidogo
yes.
Okay,
yes.
Valerie, just allow me to contribute for 5 minutes. I will join you later just to add something on what you're saying. You see now, Ruto will want to take a victory lap on the predicaments of Sudi, no, not Sudi, of Tuju, with an aim of like wanting to show that ni kuachanishwa, ameachanishwa na watu, na yeye ndiye anadunga mashindano on the edges, akipretend and pretending that he is not involved. So because sasa anataka kuone, he want to show how like if Tuju was working with him, angekuwa na hii masaibu. So and it is also a way of also pia history ya Sudi ni kuogopesha, anajaribu kuogopesha Wajaluo, so that kama kuna Mjaluo ako na mali waanzie kuogopa sasa, waanzie kuona hey, inakaa bwana, ukienda kando na Ruto vitu zako zinaweza kuwa mbaya. So that is the level of thinking which I'm thinking in when it comes to this situation of Sudi, situation of Tuju. I don't know. I don't know if people from the Nyanza, that is something which will make them to cow or it will embolden them. I would wait to see Sudi friends who will come out to talk on his behalf. So that is Tuju. That is something which I still am not aware of. We saw some of the opposition people coming up. I saw PLO, the professor, the heavy talker. I saw akina Babu Owino at some time back. So watu wamekuwa wakijitokeza ni ile frankly speaking, the opposition guys, they do not have power. So there are some things which they cannot do. The only thing they can do is standing in solidarity. And for me, I believe standing in solidarity is good enough with the Tuju. Now Ruto might want to pretend that if Tuju was with him, he could have actually gotten more. Na niye anadunga hizo mashindano. But for what I feel, it's a tribulation on the Tuju side. I saw today like he was even being wheeled to the hospital, to the ICU, akiwa hali mahututi. I hope he will be able to get out of this. I always say that when people have problems, unajua ni kama saa zingine mtu akuja kukufukuza kwako kwa ile kawanidhia kwama kwa ile kakuota. Some people can die. Haikuange nini. There was a guy ambaye Ruto alipokonya shamba. He ended up dying because of that episode. I think alikuwa jamaa somewhere. So that is why now ndege inapita jet. Sawa. So Valerie, that is what I feel. So no matter what Ruto might want to do, I don't think he will manage. We are still fine. And Sudi will go through. No, not Sudi. Tuju will go through this. I don't know why Sudi is in my name or my tongue all the time. I hope Tuju will go through this. Hope he doesn't die. Sababu, this is a situation which can actually kill him. A sickly person, and then with such a tribulation, unajua unaweza kuta saa zingine akona watu wakizeeka in their 60s, 70s, they have some lifestyle diseases which they are trying to fight. So I hope this situation will leave him alive, hoping that our next government will be able now to help people. Sababu nimesikia sasa watu ya Ruto watu wanasema ati huyu mtu kama alikula pesa anataka anasumbulia watu nini kama ni mandeni alipe. So anyway, karibuni kwa show everybody who is coming. So Valerie, niko hapa chini yako kidogo, so when I get another opportunity I will be back, but you can run the show. Wale wanataka kuingia kwa studio waingie kwa studio, so that you can also accompany our girl here asikue peke yake. And the narrative still continues. I don't think Ruto has a way of doing what he wants to do. We will win at the end of the day. Thank you. Na nimeshukuru.
Yeah. And oh yeah, it's okay. You can see the comments. Yosef, karibu. Kisangis, karibu. Who is this? Enlightened, karibu pia on our space. Fanis, karibu. Yosef is asking if I'm Sudi's daughter. No, I'm not Sudi's daughter. Me, I'm Kasudi, and I'm not Kalenjin. I'm not even Kalenjin. I come from a very different place. Yeah, no, 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 no. Yosef, umesikia? No, mimi si mtoto wa Sudi. Aya, so tumekuwa tunaongelea history ya Tuju, the way they have been taking him up and down until he has ended up in hospital, and Ruto has been saying that Sudi needs honest and true friends. Hadi akasema our opposition si marafiki au ni matapeli. He even ended up calling them scavengers. So I don't know, because hii kuangaishwa Tuju amekuwa anaangaishwa yote. Ruto kama alikuwa anataka basi Tuju akuwe na true friends wenye watamsaidia, angekuwa sha intervene in the matter already, but now amengoja kina opposition wanaendaga kumsaidia kunini nini, ndo anasema opposition ni scavengers na ni matapeli. Enlightened is saying, so if Tuju friends are fake, then let him be the best. How can he be the best? And he's been busy running up and down in the country spreading propaganda, akionesha watu vile ana launch what and what. And also, as Njiru has said, that maybe Ruto is linked to this Tuju saga. So ni yule kama panya naye uma na kupuliza. Tupate comment section tuone maoni yenu kuhusu history ya Tuju. Tumeona Enlightened amesema kama anafikiria yeye ndo the best. And then tumeona leo pia there was a news that came the other week about the mass graves in Kericho. The bodies that have been found being buried in one grave. Last week they said that it's 14 people, but as per now, as we speak, wanasema wamepata 33 bodies, which is very shocking. From 14 to 33 bodies, because they are saying it's like 25 kids as per now, and 8 adults. What we are asking ourselves, how did these people die? And they are saying that they came from Nyamira, walitolewa mochari Nyamira, wakazikwa Kericho. How do we take these people being transported from another county to go to being buried in another county? And what is shocking is that hiyo namba ya hawa watu inaongezeka. It was 14 and now it is 33. And what is the main reason as to why these people are being killed? Is there a hidden reason behind this? Kisangis is saying, if president wanted to advise Tuju, he would call him than bringing the issue on political rally. Okay, well, nitapata tabu na hii jina huku. Sawa, Yosef nimetoa. If President Ruto wanted to advise Tuju, he should have called him than bringing the issue in the political rally. Yeah, Kisangis, this is true, because I think Ruto intervening the matter privately could be better than intervening the issue publicly, and then he's using that issue to throw a stone at the opposition, even calling the opposition very, very bad names. And it is it is so uncouth, it is so barbaric for a president to continue calling his fellows matapeli even after being warned against such terms. So for those who wanna come forward and join me on the screen, you can click the link, and I'm gonna add you to the screen. We talk about this issue of Tuju and the issue of the increasing bodies that have been found in the mass grave of Kericho. And after that, we'll also talk about hii issue yenye wamesema ya mafuta, tuone tunaelekea wapi kama nchi, because as per now when they're talking about the issue of mafuta kupanda nini nini, it should be a very serious issue because mafuta kupanda will affect almost everything. And so far our president is not even talking about such things. All he's doing is talking on cars and spreading propaganda. He's like, anabehave it's like ndo ameshaanza kampeni yake instead of looking into serious issues. Now as a country tuna experience mambo na floods, ndio hii issue yenye wamesema mafuta inakuja kupanda, but he's not even talking about any of them, but he's busy spreading propaganda, spreading things through hate speech, and talking about wenzake vibaya vibaya. Good year, karibu. And we've also seen today Ndini Nyoro ameongelea hii issue ya mafuta. Ndini Nyoro ameongelea hii issue ya mafuta pia leo, akisema it's gonna be a very big crisis. But on the other hand tumeona watu wanasema like ati maybe sio hii issue ya Iran ndio inafanya mafuta inapanda, ati hao watu wa mafuta tu ndio wanaficha mafuta, and it was no. Kisangi is saying leave alone mafuta kupanda by next month. The country might face very serious fuel shortage. Yeah. Because wamesema pia apart from ninio like bei ya gas zinaenda kupanda, or either kama haitapanda gas zitapotea. So we don't know how we are going to. These issues are some of the serious issues that our politicians are supposed to be looking into instead of jumping around onto cars and saying all these things that they are saying with no decorum. And yeah. Enlightened is saying he can also undo the torture that Raphael received that resulted to hospitalization. By the Raphael was being assaulted vibaya. The condition that he is in now is not a good condition. Na bado amekuwa kwa hiyo condition, lakini bado wanaendelea kumpea stress. So let me just
Yeah, wacha nikuchangie kidogo Valley.
And then
You see history. Oh, kidogo, wacha nikuchangie tu kidogo just for a minute, then you proceed.
okay,
Unaona, then history ati Ruto anasema ati all friends to Tuju are fake. He doesn't know what he is saying. Is Tuju the first man to suffer in Kenya? There are the problems which Tuju is having, they are not a small man's problem. Hizo ni mashida ambazo I don't know, it is very few Kenyans who can be able to help him unless sasa hao Wakenya wadogo maybe they protest or they do something. The other day I had heard kulikuwa na maandamano kidogo in University of Nairobi. I think that was at the tensiest moment when it had been said that he has been abducted. So what I'm trying to say is that really you cannot start claiming that Tuju doesn't have friends, and his friends have appeared in the ways in which they can help. Wameweza kusaidia vile wangeweza. Unajua, so Ruto acha kuanzia ate kupretend ni kama yeye angesaidia sana. The way umeona marafiki by the way Tuju wametokezea Valerie, that is the best they could have done based on the circumstances which are there, na ukijua ya kwamba hizi mashida ni Ruto analeta, ni mashindano anadunga because he want to frisk the Luo community. This thing is about the Luo community. Anataka kuogopesha Wajaluo because anataka Wajaluo waogope kabisa, wajue ya kwamba if they are not going to agree with him, this is what will happen to them. Thank you.
Goodia is saying, Tuju, why are we feeling sorry for this guy? No sympathy from me. Billions acquired is a weird thing. Just a minute. Wait a minute. Um, um, Mhm. Look for the video. Tease. Sorry guys, I had lost connection. Yep. Sorry, I had lost connection, but I'm back now. Um, um, Hope everyone is still on air. I had lost connection. My apologies. Um, oh, good dear. Sorry, I had lost connection. Yeah, but now we are okay. We can continue with our show. So, um, we were on the mass grave in Kericho. Do you think these are people who were killed and then it was just stage managed and they have been put in a collective mass grave, and after that they'll pretend to be doing investigations just as the way you remember the Shakahola incident? Will it end up being like the Shakahola incident, or will the killers of these people be held accountable? Kwanza, killers wa hawa watu ni nani? Because haiwezi toka tu from nowhere watu 25 wanapatikana in a mass grave like hivyo hivyo tu. There must be something and there must be someone who is behind that. um for those who want to join and give their contribution, um can join tusikie maoni yenu kuhusu hii mambo ya Kericho, pia kuhusu hii mambo ya mafuta, kuhusu hii story ya Tuju. And then another thing, there is this one, hii tutakuwa tunaongelea kila siku, this issue there's someone asking, have the bodies been identified, Kasudi? No, the bodies have not been identified. The bodies have not been identified yet. They're just saying it is 25 kids and 8 adults, but bado hazijakuwa identified. I don't know if it will be easy to identify them. I don't know if it will be easy or not, because I think it's something that will take time. It will take time because pia, okay, there are certain people here in this country wenye watu wao walipotea. So kama mtu alipotelea Nairobi na akaenda akapelekwa huko, like to confuse the case, kama mtu alipotelea hapa Nairobi akapelekwa maybe huko Nyamira, ndiye akatokea Nyamira mochari akaenda Kisii, it won't be easy, but once there are people, maybe watu wao wamepotea, wataenda kuanza kuangalia, they might identify the bodies, but it also depends the penye hizo bodies zimefika, kama zimekaa hapo hivyo for how long, for a long time, it won't be easy to identify them, but so far the bodies haven't been identified. Bado wanafanya uchunguzi according to them, but sasa tujui uchunguzi nayo itafika wapi. Kisangi anasema Nyamira imetumika kama kifumba macho. Yes, definitely Nyamira imetumika kama kifumba macho juu Nyamira hakuwezi kukosa shamba mpaka all those bodies penye imefikia the 33 bodies ziende zipatikane Kericho. Na I'm sure by tomorrow the number of those bodies might have increased because and it is shooting very high. So sikia from 14 to 33. Si maajabu kesho usikia hata imefika 80. And I think this is also the case like that one of Shakahola. Na kuna wakati walisema kwamba hiyo kesi ya Shakahola, even if they are blaming Mackenzie for it, na wanasema Mackenzie ako jela, but wanasema Mackenzie hata ako jela, ako mahali pazuri, ako mafutani, sababu even if they are saying that Mackenzie is the one who killed those people, wakati waliendelea kuingia kuperuse kule ndani walipata like there are a lot of bodies and there might be certain people in government who are involved in those killings. That is why Mackenzie hajai like hiyo kesi yake like hajai kuwa ile serious kabisa, because there are some top officials who are kinda involved in these killings. That is why Mackenzie hiyo kesi yake hajaichukuliwa seriously or something. And then so I think the bodies in Kericho might end up in such a situation. If there are some people who are being involved in this issue, and there are some of the top officials in government, the case won't go anywhere. They'll definitely say that they are doing investigations, but at the end of the day, hakuna mahali hiyo kesi itaenda. Who is this? Kisiangas is saying that the Hormuz Channel, which connects shipment of fuel ship from Gulf countries to Indian Ocean, is closed by Iran. Yeah, sure, that is what they have said. But now, by next week, tutakuwa tumeshaanza kufili hit ya ukosefu wa mafuta. I'm sure the prices of other things is going to shoot up. Sahii tunajua makanga sasa sahii wanaenda kupandisha fare. And these other things pia zinaenda kupanda because na politicians wamenyamaza. The only politician mwenye ameongelelea kitu is only Ndindi Nyoro. Hope by tomorrow they might talk about it. Who is this? Sangis is also saying, if the president says Tuju has fake friends, I think I saw PLO, who is Tuju's relative. No, PLO is Tuju's lawyer. PLO is Tuju's lawyer, not okay. Kama pia ni relative wake mimi sijui, but najua PLO is Tuju's lawyer. Yosef anasema Valerie, piga watu fimbo. Yosef, mbona unasema nipige watu fimbo? Watu wamefanya nini? this? No, I'm not frozen. Hiyo time nini ilikuwa imepotea. Internet ilikuwa imepotea. Who dug the graves and transported the bodies? Goodyear is asking who buried the body, who dug the graves and transported. Sasa hapo ndio hatujui sasa. That is what is being investigated. Mtu mwenye alitransport hizo mili hajulikani, but it can't be one person and it can't be someone who has, haiwezi kuwa mtu mwenye definitely haiwezi kuwa mtu mwenye hana pesa vizuri, because transporting all those bodies penye zimefika 33 bodies, na I know there are more coming. The person who was involved in that thing must be a very influential person, a person who has money. Um, yeah, sure. And then there is this, something that I wanted to talk also about. Hii tuko kadi tutakuwa tunaongelelea kila siku. Haya, sasa tunasema tuko kadi. And then they said tuko kadi is equivalent to saying one term. Mmeona leo pale Siaya mzee amesema wale wenye wanasema one term na no term atawaangusha wote. And then kama tunasema tuko kadi, we saying that we mean one term. But sasa even if tunasema one term, we are taking Ruto home. We are saying Ruto must go. Who do you think is the suitable candidate that we can vote for apart from, okay, like who is the best candidate that we can vote for so far? Is it Matiang'i? Is it the other side of kina Kalonzo? Is it the Linda Mwananchi faction of akina Sifuna and Babu? Who is it? And if you say it is Matiang'i, if you say it is the Kilarigiji, if you say it's kina Sifuna, what is the reason as to why you're saying them? Because we're just saying Ruto must go. Ruto must go. Tuko kadi. Tunafagia wote. Lakini who do you prefer mwenye tunavotia against this Ruto that we are taking home? Niwasikie kwa comment na wale ambao wana join pia. Kisiangas is saying the opposition should unite and form a single candidate. So you mean Linda Mwananchi faction ya kina Sifuna na Babu, the other side of kina Kalonzo na Matiang'i, they should come together and produce a single candidate. Who do you think will be a suitable candidate in your own opinion, Kisiangas? Kisiangas, let me hear you in the comment section. tuambie who might be the best, because you've said that the opposition should unite and front a single candidate. Jenit Mwangi, karibu. Tunaongelea stori ya mafuta kupanda, mambo ya mili kupatikana Kericho imeongezeka, na pia tunaongelea if you are saying tuko Kadi and Ruto must go, who do you think is the best candidate mwenye tutasimama naye kama sisi watuko Kadi kupeleka Ruto nyumbani? Kisiangas, tukusikia hapa kwa comment. Mwangi, umeingia saa hii, pia tungependa kusikia maoni yako. Yose anasema Kadi what? Let's give it a label. Kisiangis is saying Linda Mwananchi needs united opposition and the united opposition needs Linda Mwananchi. It doesn't matter who the leader agree. It doesn't matter who the leaders agree on. They are the ones at the table. So Kisiangas, uko ready for anyone mwenye ataproduciwa na any of the two factions ya either Linda Mwananchi na the other party, wakiproduce anyone, wewe utavote tu for anyone. You don't have a specific person. Goody is saying I have my voters card, but I will be wise and careful when picking my candidates, right from the MCA to the president. Yeah, that is true. Like hata kama tunapeleka tunasema must go, Kasongo aende home, even our fellows wenye wametusumbua especially wakati wa finance bill, our MP wenye tunaona hawafanyi maendeleo and governors, they should also be swept away. Ruto should not go alone. He should go with team yake yote yenye imekuwa inatusumbua kama Wakenya. Instead of representing us, they are representing the president's interest. Do you think if is it true that Wamatangi will run with Buddha tickets? Do you guys think that maybe if someone announces earlier, he will be the one, he or she will be the one who kama for example hizo parties mbili hizo, the Linda Mwananchi and the other faction, they come together and then they decide to produce someone to be the presidential candidate. Do you think Ruto might go for that person? Because we really know who Ruto is. Ametakanga always kukua the head, na hiyo ndio inamsumbuanga, alafu ana end up doing things that, yeah, you know what he always does. Do you think that both the parties are afraid of saying their candidate earlier because they fear what might happen to them? Because I heard that Jirongo dying wasn't just by default, like there was just something. and you all know that Ruto used to be mtu wa mkono wa Jirongo kitambo, and I think there is something that there are just some things that Jirongo also knew about Ruto. So do you think that even if do you think that the two parties are afraid of maybe announcing who is vying because of the fear of this person, of what he might do? Kisianga is saying Kalonzo is my brother, but he is not chosen. I will be okay with the chosen one. Kisianga, mbona si Kalonzo? Kisianga, mbona si Kalonzo? Auamini kwamba ninio Watermelon anaweza kuwa the Mwangi is saying if we mention him or her, he will be another Tuju. Yeah, actually that is what that hiyo ndo nilikuwa nafikiria pia. Maybe wanaogopa kumsema mapema sababu tunajua tutasikia tu maybe mtu kapatikana forest, mass grave kapatikana wapi. Kisianga, mbona unasema Kalonzo haezi? Unaona ni kama Kalonzo haezi pambana na Ruto? Orengo shall inform us when to announce the presidential candidate. When is he informing us? When is he informing us? Aya, alafu sasa tumeona pia leo Ruto yeye amekuwa na tour yake Nyanza, na Kindiki tumemwona pale Trans Nzoia huko sehemu za Western. Saa hii anaambia wakulima kwamba bei ya mahindi itashukishwa. I think these guys, I don't know if they have known that they are going home, so they are trying to go around to sell their cheap policies and try to make people see that au ni serikali ya kusema na kutenda during this time. Why haven't they been doing that the previous years? Wanangoja tunaelekea kwa elections ndio wanaanza kimbia. Who is this? Who is this? Anasema Goody anasema Kalonzo is too polite. Mtu akikuwa polite hawezi kuwa president. Goody, mtu akikuwa polite hawezi kuwa president. Si we are seeing president wa Burkina Faso Ibrahim Traore ni impolite na ni president. Yosef anasema we want power. Tunataka power, si ndio? Hatuwezi kukaa bila power. it was shocking to see most Nyanza people were in yellow UDA caps. You know, hadi kuna wengine juzi wamenunuliwa, imekuwa ni kule Kisii. They were wearing the UDA caps and UDA shirts, and then wakitaka kufokasiwa na kamera walikuwa wanafunika cap zao hivi. Watu wa Nyanza, it's not the whole of Nyanza, we cannot generalize, but specific elements, and there has been speculations, according to what I've been hearing, that watu wanaongea eti some Luo people, they are saying that they'll vote for Ruto by fire by force so as to punish Kikuyus, which is a very, I don't know what to name it, but hiyo akili ifai kukua in this 21st century, because they are like that, tuta make sure tumevotia Ruto ndo tupunish wa Kikuyu. They'll not punish Kikuyu, they'll even punish themselves, because everyone will end up being, everyone will end up kila mtu atateseka, si wa Kikuyu pekee watateseka. And that thing is that, and what is but sisi kama Gen Z tumeamua, tukitoka tuko kadi, we won't vote based on tribalism or what, or saying at sijui I'm voting because I'm punishing a certain community, which is a very wicked statement. Like, I'm voting for this person so that I punish these people. But at the end of the day, all of you will end up living a miserable life, because this person has already shown you in 3 years he can't deliver, and he has shown us how he can snatch even from people who don't have, they have nots. Like, why would you want to put him in this place again? Atikasuli, to be a president, you need to be ruthless and shrewd. Yeah, I know. It is. Tuju ni Kikuyu. You mean this animosity is there? Luo, Nyanza and Mount Kenya, they don't vote in the same basket. Kisiangis, what do you mean? But in 2002, see, they voted in the same basket. Ama, what do you mean? 2002, tukitaka kutoa Moi. See, they voted in the same basket. If we unite just as one Kenya to uproot one man who was disturbing us, if Moi was uprooted, then who is Ruto? If Moi was uprooted, then who is Ruto? You've said that in order to be a ruler, you must be ruthless. I know you must be ruthless, but not ruthless to the citizens. You must be ruthless in matters such as defending your nation. Hakuna mtu anacheza na country yako from outside, because of the jurisdiction that you hold as a nation in defending the nation. A leader should only be ruthless in defending his state, no matter what it takes, but not being ruthless to his citizens. He must be a lion and a fox at the same time. But Ruto has decided to be like a fox 10 times. Juu ile mchezo anatuchezea, hii mchezo ya town si mzuri. Are Gen Zs united? Yourself, I want to answer you these questions. Gen Zs are united, but not all Gen Zs are united. This is what I'm telling you. From what I know, not all Gen Zs are united. There is a section of Gen Zs that is very tribal. Let me tell you. A small section. And I know them, and these are learned people. These are learned people. Si ati ni watu wenye hawajasoma. But some of them are saying that we will go and vote for Ruto in order to punish this tribe. We will go. But majority of us tumeamua tuko kadi against one person, not in order to punish a community or a certain tribe, but just to make sure that governance is running in a smooth way. We are getting leaders who have our interest at heart, and we avoid what we have faced in the previous 3 years, and we avoid going back to the things we faced during the things that were experienced during Moi's time. Uh, there are people here saying Moi was not easily kicked out. He was there for you want to talk. You want to talk. I'm trying to go through the comments and Kisengi saying Gen Zs are united here in social media, but when it comes to voting time, kila mtu anacheza kwa mlango yake. Majority of the Gen Zs are united, but there are just few elements who are not that si ati Gen Z wote hawako tribal. Tunasema tuko tribeless, but there is a certain section tribal on the ground, and I've seen it. Not Yourself, tell us about yourself. What do you mean I tell you about myself? Kisiangis is saying, is Casmuel still around or he was about? I'm telling you now, Casmuel is even in the broad-based government. He was not abducted. Casmuel ako alimezwa na serikali. You can't believe it's that Casmuel who was nining during the Gen Z protests. Are you a political analyst? Joseph, why did you ask me if I'm a political analyst? Joseph, do you think I am? Do you think I'm a political analyst? Maybe if you give me your opinion. Goodyear is saying, don't mention people with. Please don't mention fake Gen Zs like Morara Kebaso and Castle Mako Uri. Or a chick from the streets. No, I'm not from the streets. Kisiangi is saying Casmuel graduated from being tribeless to Aluo. Yeah, sure, he did. He did graduate. Sijui walimshika wapi ama walimpea nini. The bold Casmuel now is he's not the Kasamweli. Walikuwa wamenickname Kasamweli. He's not the Kasamweli that we knew during the Gen Z protests. Mlisema sahi amtaki kuproduce the other person who might be the candidate for us taking Kasongo to Sugoi because he or she might end up being butchered. Kasudi used to be on the channel 7 months ago. She disappeared somewhere. Good dear, are you sure it was me? Just a moment. Check something. Hamkunipea jibu yangu vizuri. Nani anaitwaje? Kisianga ndio alisema he doesn't prefer Kalonzo. Kalonzo is yake. We can take Kasongo home. Kasongo or Kaongo. Kasudi, we can't expose our candidates. Otherwise, they will disappear. Okay, if you can't expose them, then tell me the ones that you think they can't be good candidates. And the reason as to why you think they can't be good candidates. Because Kisianga alisema Kalonzo can't be a good candidate. Sababu Kalonzo ni mpole. Do you guys think that Kasongo can be removed via the ballot? Or it could be easy via the junta, the military? But with the military, we know it can't because he has already pampered the military and kuwashikilia. During Moi's time, there was an attempted coup. And by that time, he had traveled to Rwanda. Okay, I was not there. I just had this. So I just had Mama Mbatela akatangaza kwamba Moi has been overthrown. But when he had that one, akarudi haraka. Then Leonard Mama Mbatela was told to tangaza no, Moi has not been overthrown. But was it really alikuwa sha overthrowiwa because I had the army led by Hezekiah Ochuka had already overthrown him. Do you think we can have a military that can overthrow him? Wamesema the military has been paid. Do you think if General could still be there and military has been paid? Gudi amesema military imeshalipwa, haiwezi overthrow mzee, haiwezi overthrow Kasongo. Do you think they might just wake up one day and feel like, nah, we need to save our nation from this person? Yes, they might have been paid, but they may just wake up one day and say, nah, enough is enough and our people have suffered. We need to rescue our country from the hands of this monster. What's your opinion about the military? But I think we already lost hope in the military because uh, even if we come to this level, yeah, the police are supposed, they're the people who are supposed to protect us, walinde mwananchi, utumishi kwa wote, ndo wanafaa kutulinda tukuwe safe. But of the things in Kenya zimefanywa na hawa polisi, so I think we have already lost hope in the police. Mwangi is saying, if we are really believers, we can move mountains. Yeah, sure, it's true. Tukiamua tu we go take kadi. Goody is saying Ruto bribes well than any politicians. That's why even his haters are singing 2032. So watu wote wenye wanasema two term wamebraibiwa na mzee. Anything in Kenya is being bought. The normal mwananchi ako alone. Hapana Janet Mwangi. Tunataka tufike mahali penye after we take this person home ndo tusifeel kama common mwananchi ako alone. Just as Linda said yesterday, the relationship between the president na Wakenya imezorota. Like there is no love. Inafaa tupendane. The government and the citizens should be like husband and wife. They should love each other, but penye tumefika kama nchi, the government and the citizens hate each other, which is a very bad state. And it might take us back to the state of nature where where our state is just characterized by anarchy. We'll go back to people killing each other, which we have already gone back to. And it's not a good show. It's very ugly. It's not pretty. That's where we are going back to, and that's where we are headed to. We are just like a stateless nation. There is just anarchy everywhere. Killings happening here and there, people disappearing in a manner that watu wanapotea tu, alafu after wamepotea hivyo wakipatikana wamekufa ama wamefanya nini, nothing is being done. They just say we are conducting investigations, then boom, that's where it ends. Hizi investigations majibu yake huwa haipatikani. Mwangi is saying let's pray our cards. Let's play our cards alone, but we must be having plan B, otherwise it will be a mess. He is planning to refuse. Which plan B, Mwangi? Which plan B? Because he has already decided to be a dictator. He has decided to be a dictator. And if you see most of his friends Not even most of his friends. Does he even have friends internationally? I don't think he has friends outside Kenya apart from Museveni. Museveni is the only friend that he has. And we can see how Museveni has been re-elected to be the president of Uganda like for it's been years, more than 30 years. That is the only friend that he has apart from the friends that he has in Kenya. And where we have reached, I think the the East African Court of Justice is not even doing its work, and also the ICC, because the ICC is the one that deals with individual criminal cases. This thing wakati Gen Z wamekuwa wanauliwa during the is news all on Al Jazeera, on BBC, but up to now, has the UN Security Council even given us given for or like wametupea anything or any information concerning what action is being taken against the Gen Z killings? They haven't. Does it mean that the UN Security Council has failed or the ICC is not doing his work? Because he has ever been prosecuted by the ICC. So, don't know. Plan B ni is ukikatalia utafanya nini boss? Hata kama hatachaliwa anajipanga kukatalia. Anakatalia wapi? Hakuna mali anakatalia. He must go to Sugoi. Yose anasema something is something. I can't text. Just say you can just kuna comment Kisangi alikuwa amesema since multi-party it is only in 2002 when Luos had no one of their own as presidential candidates. Now do Luos have anyone as their presidential candidate? Most not if Ruto is not supposed. But during that time the constitution was not the same. That was before the amendment of the constitution. Now that the constitution has been amended and the president is not above the constitution. And if he decides to do that, ati kukatalia kiti, this country will turn into anarchy. It won't be good. The people will revolt against him. Yeye kukatalia hiyo kiti will be the beginning of revolution in sasa itakuwa sasa ile sasa revolution, leave alone what's been happening. You see now revolution, what you call revolution, it will be real revolution. Comment. Rafraf is saying they will kill Oburu. It's a fact and it's coming. Why do you think why are you saying they'll kill Oburu? Rafraf. Do they have any interest? Or does Oburu have any power? Ama ni yeye yenye anasemanga hatuwezi kaa bila power? Does Oburu have anything interest that might lead them to kill him? Yose is saying plan B is someone somewhere doing something. Yose, kuna kitu yenye unajua ambacho sisi hatujui? You must be having some hot tea that you are not giving us. Rafraf is saying Luos are very angry with Mount Kenya for fighting Raila and even the AU thing. Well, when did they fight Raila? This is new. But the AU thing was just something that I don't think it is something that might make. Or you mean that because Ruto supported the nani kwa hiyo the AU thing itafanya Luos wavotie Kasongo? I can't figure it out yourself. Nipe tu chai vizuri tu. Give me the tea vizuri so that I can. Wang is saying the president, ICC cannot do anything about the president so long as he is in power. You know the day he will not be. Yeah, it's true. They can't do anything when the president is still in power. That is why we want to remove him from power so that he can go where he belongs. Because he's ever been there. It won't be the first time him appearing in front of the ICC judges. Kenya has never had elections. It's always been selections. Inspired from outside. Let's be real.
Yes, wacha nikuongeze kidogo. Yeah, anyway, thank you for holding the fort and being here. Nilikuwa nikitaka there is also another video which is surfacing of
yes,
Jeremiah. Can you hear me? Jeremiah Kioni. Have you heard of Jeremiah Kioni saying that he has now agreed to work with Gachagua? Jeremiah Kioni is that guy of Jubilee from Daragwa. Wamekuwa akitembea na Matiang'i sana. I think he now seems to be gravitating towards Gachagua.
Yeah, I've seen today in Nyandarua.
Yeah, Nyandarua.
Walikuwa Nyandarua leo, yeah.
It is something which maybe I would want us also to dive through it, and we ask ourselves, is it showing like Mount Kenya has fully been consolidated on the DCP direction now that everybody who wants a political recitation is like they are gravitating towards the DCP, even though they have also been previously in other political parties. the only person who I don't think will gravitate to DCP, but he also seems to be powerful, is that guy called Degwanjiro, that famous lawyer. It seems he might continue in Wiper, in Murima, maybe hoping that he will be given blessings by both Gachagua and Kalonzo. But that guy seems like too much glued to Wiper. That is one of the observations which I have observed today. It looks like people want to plan depending on the political parties which they support. I hope these political parties are bringing new energy. So maybe, Valerie, what I can ask you, when we look at the Gen Z, the young people, mostly who are following Sifuna, do you think they also feel parties like DCP, PLP, Jubilee are friendly to them, or they only want to be in Sifuna yoke? So how is it that one going to be? Because in this one nimekuwa nikijiuliza, to some extent Sifuna has been pulling some young people. Are these same young people, are they friendly to opposition oriented political parties, ama wao wanasema hizo chama zingine wataki kujua? How are you seeing that space operating, especially of different political parties, which maybe young people might think like they are the same issue political parties, there's no much difference they will come and create? How is it going there? Maybe you can help me understand. Valerie, can you get me? Okay, no problem. So I was just trying to ask your story, political party kidogo, because it is something which I've been asking myself. Are Gen Zs going to gravitate towards these political parties? Because it is something which we have to start asking ourselves. Because at the end of the day, these young people, it looks like they are the ones who are carrying the most pivotal vote for 2027. Hoping that people will be able to appreciate what they are doing. And they will also come and know that kura yao sio kura ya kununuliwa. I hope young people know that kura yao sio ya kununuliwa. Kura yao ni kura ya kuamua. I heard somebody was complaining at kwa platform ya Sifuna, the online thing which he had started. I don't know if he has still closed over to 100K people. I don't know. Kuna vile naona vijana wadogo ni kama wanajivuruta somehow. So I don't know, maybe they need another way of asking them to participate in these political spaces. Ama vijana tu wanataka tu kuparticipate kivyao. That is something which I've not been able to understand personally in my front. So that is something which I would also want maybe somebody to explain to me. Are Gen Zs fully participating in our opposition political parties, or they just want their own political party, or maybe they want to be mimi ndio Sifuna peke yake, they want to be there. And any political party, even if it is upinzani, whether it is Wiper Front, or it is Jubilee, or it is DCP, they don't want it. I wanted somebody to really make me understand when it comes to seducing young people. Are they friendly to our political parties, or they want to change a new methodology? A new methodology. So that's one thing which I like. So nikiguzidia kidogo hiyo trip ya Ruto in Nyanza, it looks like Ruto ameamua kufanya kila kitu Nyanza. It looks like he has decided to hoodwink them beyond repair. Ameamua kukufa na Wajaruo kabisa, such that I think Ruto has decided to take everything. I think he wants to make Nyanza is ground zero. From what I think, Nyanza is ground zero for Ruto. So I don't know how you perceive that one. For me, I think Nyanza has become ground zero for Ruto. I think Nyanza might become a more pivotal region even than the Kalenjin area. Kuna vile, I don't know if it is all rural community or all rural people who have embraced Ruto, but inaonekana ni kama Ruto has decided to focus more with the rural people even than his own Kalenjin people. The other day he was encouraging areas na tukuona hata akilaunch hata project hata moja. I don't know, maybe if he is trying to buy the loyalty of Ruo people, because somebody was telling me that Ruo people are very loyal. Kuna vitu unaweza fanyia Wajaluo ikue hata ukiwapiga bomu hawezi toka pande yako. So I think Ruto has decided to buy Ruo people royalty, because I think it feels like Ruo people rewards royalty. So I don't know if Ruo people will reward him by royalty, but it seems that Ruto want to seduce Ruo people even more than Kalenjin people. He was in the Kalenjin area 2 weeks ago. He did nothing. Ni kwenda tu kwa makanisa na akatoka. So maybe that is also something which I would also want us to evaluate, because it's something which we should look at na tujiulize kunaenda namna gani. Yeah, so Varali, that is what I wanted to add. Maybe in 20-30 minutes, I will come and now join you properly. Yeah, so Jenita nasema, believe me, opposition are together with Sifuna, Kalonzo, or who? Ruto is only with Ruos only in Kenya. Also, Kalenjins, they don't want him. Yeah, huyo ni Jenita nasema. Yeah, that's what I was trying to ask, like, because I think ameamua kuspoil Wajaluo kabisa. I think Ruto ameamua kukufa na Wajaluo, whatever the case. Amesema like the Ruo community is ground zero. I don't know if he has managed to inherit them, but it's something which I'm evaluating. So, Varali, go ahead. I'll be back in some 20 or so minutes. Thanks. Varali, can you hear me?
I had lost you at some point.
Oh, umenipotea. Pole. I will be back, I will be back. Wacha tu nimalizie tu kitu iko hapa tu kidogo. I'm coming to join you fully in like 10-20 minutes. So don't worry. So you can think about it. So what ile kitu nilikuwa nikiuliza is about is about the way Ruto has made the rules to become is ground zero campaign place. Then the way also the issue of the way now the issue of people like Akina Kioni now, the way now they are gravitating more towards DCP in central Kenya. And I was asking,
the issue
Gen Zs, the issue of Kioni, Jeremiah, of Ndaragwa, the former Ndaragwa MP. You are not getting me? Oh, you are losing.
Ni network.
Sawa.
Oh, is it my network?
Sawa nakuja. Let me just come. Just a moment. Just go ahead. Wewe endelea tu. Valerie, go ahead.
Oh, it's okay. This issue yenye umesema Kioni have decided to ninia with kina Gachagua, it is we've also been talking here with kina yourself. You were saying that the whole opposition should unite and come together so as to produce one candidate. Hii mambo ya hawa kuchezea huku ndio itafanya waonekane hawana agenda, but if the whole of the opposition comes together, kina Gachagua, hawa kina Kioni, because they have already decided to come together with Nini, because today I saw them Nining in Nyandarua with Matiang'i. They come together with these other leaders and produce one candidate. It will be very easy for us to vote, because we will know we're just voting for one person against Kasongo, which will be very easy to take him home, compared to when they wakikuwa scattered hivyo tutagawanya kura, which will not be a good thing. And then the other part, Njiru, I couldn't hear you the first the first time vile uliongea, because I think I lost connection or something. But I'll just go through comments. And Luos have 1.5 million votes only, so we don't care. Not that we don't care. Yeah, I know, like, Luos cannot make Ruto the president. If we decide that the whole of Kenya, um, if we decide that we just vote na Ruto aamue hata avotiwe na watu wa Rift Valley na the Luos that he's seducing currently, he will still go home, because now, who is not tired of Ruto? Honestly speaking, who is not tired of him? Um, um, oh God. I don't know if you can hear me. I don't know if you can hear me. Um, I was just trying to connect, get another connection because this one has been really disturbing me. Kiseng is saying he's preparing Nyanza to dissolve ODM. But he has already done so. ODM has already been dissolved by Ruto. Um, yeah, as I was saying, ODM was already dissolved by Ruto. And just like the Gachagua had said 6 months ago, that no, a few months ago, Gachagua had said that Ruto will buy ODM. Junet and Wanga have already eaten the deposit money, and Sifuna will be chased from the party. And after a while, that is what happened. So ODM Ruto kitambo sana. And it's a shame community because I've already told you that majority of them are saying, some of them, not all Luos, they are saying that they'll vote for. I don't know. Are you able to hear me? Maybe you can communicate hapo hivyo kwa comment section ndo nisikie. Because my connection hasn't been good. Mnaweza communicate hapa kwa comment section so that I know if I'm audible. I don't know if you can hear me. But good, yeah. You're saying they sold the. Oh, yeah, nice. Thank you. You're saying they sold the party to Odinga, to not to Odinga, to Ruto because they were desperate. What is Wanga and Mbadi desperate for? Is it because the Mbadi was given the role of? Is it because Mbadi was given the role of the CS? And then Gladys Wanga, I hear that ni kama alipromisiwa 2027 atapewa kukuwa running mate for the deputy presidency. Might it be the reason as to why she's behaving that way? Oh, sawa, sorry. We were just talking about the huyu alikuwa amecomment akisema the way Ruto amebuy the Luo people. And I was like, nini Ruto bought ODM and the deposit was eaten by Junet and Wanga. But now Wanga anasikia ana make noise sio mingi sababu he's been promised that 2027 he might be Ruto's running mate. Na Mbadi naye anaweza kuwa anapiga hii kelele sababu he was given the position of a CS. Junet anaweza kuwa anapiga kelele ya nini? These ones we might kelele yao might be justified, but still ODM has been torn apart. The party that Raila Amolo Odinga created. ODM was like a host of the whole of Kenya. ODM ilikuwa na people from northeastern, people from coast, kina Joho, people from western, people from eastern, like it had people from all the walks of Kenya. But now where it has reached, it has remained to be like, let me say, a tribal party. And the Kinawanga feel like they are the one who own ODM penye imefika. It is no longer a national party that Raila created. They are trying to make it a Luo party. So far, where we have reached, where we are headed to. Say aligning themselves. It is almost like a teenage boy and girl love. Good ya wewe, good ya wewe. Joho is a crook, Joho ni mkora. It's okay. Gladys Wanga out, the tribal greedy individual. Do you think that if Wanga goes for 2027 to run for the gubernatorial seat for Homa Bay County, will he get the votes? Will he get the votes? Do you think if Junet goes back to Gombea the Suna East MP again, will he get the votes? I just think where ODM has reached, it is no longer ODM. It is ODM Ruto. Njiru had talked about Kioni wanting to team up with the Kina Gashiagwa. And as I was saying, this is an issue that we had talked earlier. Tukasema, in order to produce a suitable candidate, all the opposition, kina Linda Mwananchi and the rest, they should just unite and produce one bold candidate. And I think what Kioni has done is chenye Kioni amefanya ni cha manufaa sana, sababu sisi kama Wakenya wakiungana hivyo politicians au wa opposition na wengine, it will be easier and less confusing for us to back up that one person that they produce than having different, than kukuwa na mirengo different for us to decide and vote even. Wanga is one big loser. Arudi Kibuye auze samaki kindly. No. Yeah, I think it will be perfect if atarudi Kibuye, because the Wanga that I used to know Do you remember guys during the Wanga kama angali MP, the way aliosha Justin Muturi na maji, like the way Wanga used to be tough against some policies zenye zilikuwa unprofessional na policies ambazo zilikuwa zina hurt common mwananchi. Wanga was very, he's not the Wanga that we know now. Like Sai, Wanga could not kiss someone that policies that are affecting the common mwananchi when he was still the MP. But when he has risen to the gubernatorial seat, and then when he's been promised to get certain interest, Wanga has changed into a very Mount deal. Atimuka Sudi, I didn't know you. No, I'm not glad this Wanga's fan. I'm just trying to say the way Wanga has changed. Like, tuseme tu amekuwa mjinga. Amekuwa mjinga juu mtu kama Wanga kufuatana na Ruto penye amefika, the way just Raf has said, inafaa ende akauze samaki Kibuye. That is what I was trying to say. I'm not a fan of Wanga and I'll never be, because sasa na support mtu kama Wanga tukipelekana wapi lakini. I'm not supporting Wanga. Pouring water on Muturi was bad manners. Yeah, I know it's bad manners, but I was just trying to show that Wanga used to be tough. Saa hii sijui Ruto amemshika wapi. Wanga amegeuka, amekuwa tu kitu kingine. Hadi Kamiti, welcome. I've just added you to the stage, Kamiti. You can unmute your mic.
Hi. Want me to say something?
Ele tunakusikia, endelea.
Kamiti, you can unmute your mic.
I'm okay now.
Sorry. Kamiti amepotea sana. Gudi anasema Gladys Wanga with vile language like Junet Mohammed. Rafraf is saying with all education of Luos, I don't get if they don't see when their leaders are killed. Committee, the stage is yours.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, all right.
Yeah, sure, I can.
Probably. Thank you. Probably I can weigh in on the goings on regarding the ODM. As at now, my thought is that ODM is dead, and that was a long mission on the part of Kasongo. It's a game that he had planned for long. As at now, though unfounded, we don't know how Denze died up to now, but from the mouse that was able to escape from the trap, now is that mouse is giving us the secrets from the big house, from the house on the hill, that this is a game that had been planned for long, over many years. So I think ODM is as good as dead, and I sympathize with the fellows who are trying to fight over it, because that is a finished job on the part of Kasongo. And the Linda Mwananchi team, if they are serious, they need to bolt out and do something useful, because time is fast moving. They need to choose their battles well. Otherwise, some of them will be casualties, because it's a messy game that Kasongo is not willing to lose at all. Once he puts his paws on you, he's never going to relent. So the Linda Mwananchi Brigade, if they are serious, because they are dilly-dallying. For me, I think they are wasting time. Probably they are fearful. Also, for them, they are wondering what will be their fate in the scenario that they have to work with government, because I don't know how they are going to take back that ODM. It's virtually impossible as at now. So let's see how things pan out. But as at now, the guy is on a mission to make this a one party state. It's only that he's longing. He's actually having hangovers of the professor, the Moi era. He's longing for that time. It's only that right now the constitutional noose is so tight on him. He's wondering what to do, but he's trying to work around and longing for those days So for me, I would say let the people, those who think they're not ready to work with him, let them bolt out and do something useful. Thank you.
Thank you, committee, for your thank you, committee, for your contribution. Hope you are all able to hear me.
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
Oh yeah, I had to just connect with a different device since the one that I was using is kind of has issues. And then, committee, there are certain things that we've been talking about before you came in. We were talking about the issue of the mass graveyard that has been found in Kericho. Like last week, we heard that there are 13 bodies that had been found in one grave, but so far there are 33 bodies that have been found in one grave, which includes 25 children and 8 adults. What do you think about this? What do you think the bodies might be from? Who might have killed these people? Is the person who killed these people, does he or she have any interest? And might the number of these people increase? Because if it was 14 last week, this week is 33. Might it increase next week, or what do you think about this whole case?
Okay. As for me, I usually say there's hardly anything that can happen in this country without the government either knowing or having a hand in it, individuals in government or powerful people. Because it's so difficult for me, even probably right now they know where I'm speaking from. So this is something that has a hand with powerful individuals or even security personnel. And I think as a cover-up, they usually do, it's something that happens at a distance, and then it's as a cover-up, they transport to other areas. So you see, even the Jumaise thing, I think government really knows. They know what really happened. You would not be surprised to find out that politicians, together with senior security people, are involved, and that's why the cover up. And because there's no way such a high interest person can escape, so it's a matter of, if government is not, if powerful individuals are not involved, definitely those people who did that, even if they're in Congo or wherever, they will be found. But if they are connected, well connected, and high-profile individuals, it will still be covered up. So that's why really we need a clean pair of hands to take charge in a lot of positions in this country, so that can weed out such things, people can get justice, because those need families. Right now, I can't put a hand on a specific person, but I suspect those are well choreographed murders, and there are people who know very well in government. There's nothing that can happen easily without government knowing, especially of such magnitude. Even if it's a cult, government will always know. And individuals, the perpetrators, if they are not touching on government officials, they will always be quick to arrest them. Otherwise, government should tell us, really. And we need a very radical transformation in terms of leaderships for justice to be found. Thank you.
Another question was, Jeremiah Kioni has decided to unite with Kina Matiang'i. Do you think it is a best decision that he has made? And do you think that the Linda Mwananchi Pact should also do the same way, so that they unite and become one thing, or everyone should just work on their own? What do you think about this teaming up?
Kindly clarify the Jeremiah Kioni uniting with, clarify that.
Njiru, he's decided, like, see them together with Matiang'i, joining up with the Kina Rigiji and Kalonzo. Do you think it's also okay for the other party, the Linda Mwananchi party, to come together and merge together with them? Is it the right decision to make? Or
Okay.
it's okay if they operate individually? What do you think about that whole thing?
For me, Linda Mwananchi, if it's a serious team, should not, because it will be tantamount to adulteration. They will have defiled their CV, because all this awakening and the momentum will depend on, if they make such decisions. Many of us who support them really would turn back and rethink, because the reason we are so fired up right now, and I hope they sustain the momentum, is because they are presenting themselves as a team that has been consistent with their standing with the common Mwananchi's rights, and not a team of convenience, unlike the other team, which is a team of convenience. When their interests have not been aligning is when they are pretending to be speaking for Mwananchi. Case in point is one is Rigiji. I wonder whether the time he started speaking about Gen Z is when the Aegis son was taken captive by the same institution and the same government for which they are working. I was wondering what was happening prior to that. They were cozy and comfortable in government. Right now, they are riding on a claim that they came out of a government that is killing people. But prior to that, when their interests were they saw that also for them they are not safe, their interest was being threatened, is when they started speaking. Even the former AG, why wasn't he speaking when his son was not abducted? So we know that prior to that, still Gen Zs had been killed. And all that team, there's a lot of atrocities, either aiding or abetting, or even partners in crime in keeping quiet when injustice was taking place. And when you go back to their histories, because for me, I'm for this stand that these leaders, we should check track records, not only just manifestos, because manifestos have proved to be useless because they even don't follow those manifestos. Manifesto should be track record. Have you been corrupt? Have you been involved in murder? Have you been involved in rape? Have you stolen anything or aiding and abetting injustices to Kenyans when your interests are safe? So the Linda Mwananchi Brigade, mimi, I would tell them not to join them, because for your information is that the winner must have 50% plus one vote. So even if they divided those votes, unless someone steals, it will be so difficult to achieve the 50 plus one, and the first runners up, the first guy, are the ones who will go for a rematch. So for me, I would tell them to utilize the momentum, the Mlinda Mwananchi, and devise a way, because I think they are a threatening force to both teams, the government, the Kasengo side and the united opposition. Both sides are threatened, and they are willing to do anything to lure them into their camp because of the youth vote. As for the Jeremiah Kioni, yes, let them join. Let them join each other, because all these are fellows who have been governed, they are partners in crime. They have a lot there that they know that these governments have been doing against the citizens. Only that people have started awakening and becoming conscious of the political, of their politics. But these people have a lot of secrets. They know there's a lot that they have milked from governments, and they are ready. That's why they are ready not to look for any other job, but to continue holding on to politics. For me, let them join each other. For the young people, we need to chart a new path and probably surprise them. For me, I have no problem when they join together, but the Linda Mwananchi Brigade should maintain purity and continue what they are doing without being partisan with these people. Otherwise, the hope will die down. The hope of the people will die.
And in your own opinion, whom do you think is the best candidate that we can vote for as a whole nation against Kasongo? And as you tell us this candidate, you must also tell us why you've chosen or preferred to say this candidate. Because, yeah.
For me, I'm not for heavyweights and riches, and I'm for track record and somebody who has had demonstrable qualities in terms of their track record. In the Linda Mwananchi Brigade, I'd vouch for Sifuna because he's I know politics is different from leadership, but at least there's no much taint in terms of corruption. And it's a person we can hold accountable. It's a person we can hold accountable, because if he tries to turn against his principles, then it will be even himself. It will be so comical of himself. Will put him on toes. Track record of speaking for the downtrodden also, and not being overly having that sweet political language that over the years the guys have been trying to trick us with. I can, on the other side, I can close an eye a bit, just have some bit of faith in Mother Karua, despite the 207 thing, which I think probably by then I wouldn't say she participated vigorously and directly on it, because for her also matters corruption. We can see her record, and also human rights record is clear. Apart from that small taint or speech in 2007, I can just have some small faith in her. Otherwise, and also both of them, I can say they can be impactful in leading, in guiding the rest, rallying the rest behind them in terms of principle and forging a way forward for the country. Otherwise, the rest have a lot of skeletons in their closet. I don't think I can see someone to vouch for, unless there comes a new kid in the block who really shows potential.
Hi, the last question, which is the first topic that we started with when we started the show, is we had Ruto talking about that Tuju should have honest and good friends, not the opposition like Kina Kalonzo and Kina Wamalwa, the way they are going there. And he ended up calling them Wapuzi. Was it Matapeli? What do you think about Ruto saying this? Is he just trying to show that maybe he is the person that Tuju needs, or he's just trying to throw a bomb at the opposition to show them that even if something happens to Tuju and then they are running there, they are still doing something useless, and they won't help unless maybe a person like him intervenes?
Okay, I didn't get the full part of that question because Nini was going low. Let me have a take on what could you repeat the entire question? Your Nini was going down, your audio.
Okay, it was about when we started the show, we were talking about how Ruto has spoken today concerning this Tuju's case, and said that what Tuju is going through, he requires honest and good friends, not the opposition like the people such as Kalonzo and Eugene and whatever who are running there. He requires honest and good friends. hahitaji matapeli. That is the term that he used. Do you think that he's trying just to throw a bomb at the opposition because kumekuwa na matusi kati yao back to back, or he's trying to show that maybe if he comes and intervenes, Tuju will, yeah.
Okay, now I've gotten your question. Thank you. Now, let me first say that the current crop of politicians should be very careful, because at one point in this country we'll get a Magufuli, and I know it may be sooner than they think. And everything that these people have done, right now we are sympathizing. Yes, it may not be right. We are sympathizing with the politicians, but let's look at the record of these people when they were in power. Weren't they doing the same things? It's not right, but weren't they flexing power? Weren't they doing the same things? And probably, I suspect, if we may go deeper into this issue of Tuju, probably we'll find that probably the power he was wielding may have played into this thing in one way or the other, into private interests. But that one aside, Ruto is just playing politics. And if it is true that he has a hand in this through proxies, it's laughable for you to create a problem and then solve it, because Mr. Ruto is a master of this. He usually creates problems and then provides solutions. So it's a wait and see, because of course, with instruments of power, he's saying the truth that as long as he has a grip on you, the antidote is only him. So there's nothing you can do. If you know the courts, you go to court and everything, the process will be dragged. But by the time it ends, it will be a year or so. You'll have gone through much pain. So he's simply telling Mr. Tuju to stop those alliances that he's making, because the guy Ruto has a lot of intelligence. He knows that if Tuju gangs up with a few guys who are powerful financially and politically from the Nyanza backyard, it will be a brutal blow to Mr. Ruto. So it's shocking. So he has a lot of intelligence. So he's trying to blow up their bridges, the bridges that they are trying to form, because Tuju has been speaking adversely against Ruto. He doesn't believe in Ruto, and sometimes he goes even personal, too personal, not just political, to the hatred that he has for the man. So the guy is just teaching him a lesson that he has to stop those alliances, that the behind the scenes alliances that he's making with people like Akina Karoli Omondi. So I know Ruto usually a manufacturer of problems, and then he brings an antidote for them. So he's just saying the truth. The guy has to either align or align for him to be saved. But all this I'm saying is that these people should know that power is transient, that at a few years they'll have to pay back. everything, whether it's an injustice you did by killing people, whether it's you use your power to acquire people, to steal people's wealth, whether you use your power in whatsoever way, it will then the chicken will come back home to roast. So the guy is just speaking out his mind, and that is a well choreographed game. Because I know if he says stop to this nonsense, it will come to stop, and you'll clap. Everyone will clap to him. That's what he wants from Nyanza. So that's my view on this issue.
Okay, Bwana Kamiti, let me ask you something, and thank you for coming in. Nimeona Janet akiuliza ni akina nani wako hapa. Janet, ujui we have a new crew which comes early. So we have a lady here called Valerie who really is running us very well. Yeah, so anyway, thank you for your contribution in terms of that. So I'm also watching the issue of Nyanza very closely. And I don't think Nyanza people can blame anyone when it comes to the association with Ruto. There is enough information outside there that Ruto is not a good man. Some of the challenges which I'm now having is that I have now seen that Orengo anaenda anakaribisha Ruto, which I hear in Kenya that the governors can go and welcome the president. Hata kama sasa sisi ambao tunafuatanga siasa ya magharibi, hiyo inakuanga tofauti. It is not a must that a governor has to go and but anyway, hiyo ni siasa ya Kenya. Siasa ya Kenya tumeizoea. We always say, the governor has to welcome the president. That aside, I saw Bwana Orengo who is always on our side, he is on Sifuna's side, is like he started developing some retrochemistry. I'm not saying full, some retrochemistry with Ruto. Could it be that Orengo feels that maybe Luo Nyanza people are gravitating towards Ruto, and he now feels this is the time also he should also go in that foray? What do you think? Because that welcome to Ruto, and anaambia Ruto na ukuje tena. For me, I don't take some sentiments casually. I take them with the credibility they deserve. I do not see many opposition many MPs who are oriented to opposition on our side. That is one. Then number two, can you also evaluate to me the mega investment which Ruto? I know the things he will not do to the Ruo people. He is nindoano anaweka kwa maji, nindoano anaweka kwa maji atoe samaki. He cannot achieve that. So the question which I'm asking, do you think Ruto actually is determined to make Ruo that transform the society, as he is trying to claim that they have been neglected by all the governments which have ever existed? Serikali ya Kenyatta ikawachanisha, serikali ya Moi ikawachanisha, serikali ya Kibaki ikawachanisha, serikali ya Uhuru ikawachanisha. Sasa yeye serikali yake ndio imekuja na imeweza kuelewa Wajaluo, and he will do in everything possible to make sure that the Luo community gets what they deserve in the government. And as we analyze that, does it mean also that it is not possible to develop the whole Kenya? Itakuwa inabidi occasionally kuna wale watu ndio wana sweet talk serikali wanafanywa maendeleo at every particular time, like it is not possible to do things all over the country. That's what I wanted to add. Thank you. Committee.
All right, let me go at Orengo first. Orengo, even as recent, he said he was asked that question that how come we it's not his first time to do that. He went to State House some time back, and then there was an issue that he had disappeared from the limelight. And we were thinking, amefanyiwa ile kitu. But he came out. And his explanation has always been that there is that intergovernmental relationship that exists constitutionally between the governments. And of course, when the president, when you go to invite or to attend the president's nini, you cannot always be abusing, or you must pretend to be enticing him. But from way back, the way I know Orengo is, he has a stand. He has some principle. He always differs with the person, not on a personal level, but on principle. And he has always been consistent on that. That you remember him telling the president that Mr. Ruto should not, Mr. President, you can never, what I beg you is that don't destroy political parties. Because he had seen it, he had seen it prior, and he kept insisting on that. Don't destroy political parties, including during the burial of Raila. So I think it's tactical, and it's for time to tell what will happen. But for me, the way I've known him, he has been consistent on that issue of multi-partism, because he knows that Ruto is exactly doing what he does best in trying to bring the state to a one-party state. So on that, Orengo can never agree, according to history, can never agree with Ruto. But I don't know what may be happening in the background for him to have joined him. But from his explanation, even constitutionally, there's nothing wrong with you welcoming the president in your region. Also for the whatever Pax is bringing. The other part is
my question is, must the president be welcomed?
No.
Rais haizi fanya kitu kama hajakuwa welcome. Lazima governor kuwa welcome rais. Is that the
no?
protocol?
But Orengo has never always been there to welcome the president for a long time. This time around, I've seen him. And I'm still waiting. It's not a must, but there are issues which cannot happen until the CEO of the county agrees to them. There are some issues which have to have the CEO of the county agreeing for them to happen. Otherwise, they'll be unlawful. So it's a wait and see, but it's not in all matters that governor must come to the president. But also when they meet him, they cannot be abusing every time or striking blows. So it's a matter that I'm still analyzing and waiting to see what will happen. And how he will speak after that. On the matter of development, Nyanza, you remember Mr. Ruto is a student of Moy and then a student of Raila Odinga. And what Raila capitalized on was telling the so-called marginalized, many of the communities, that you have been marginalized, you have not been getting development because you are You are small, you've been marginalized, you can see the big communities. That's how Baba was able to gather political capital. He joined all these communities and brought them to ODM. And Ruto knows that. And that is exactly what he's doing, starting with Nyanza. That's reason number one, to show that marginalized communities, all other communities, he wants to cause them to feel that they are marginalized, and now is the time now his government is the one that is listening to the marginalized and is trying to do something to them. He's trying to play the same script of Baba, because he realizes that without dangling that card, because the tribal card is trying to, they have tried narratives, they have not flown. So he's trying to bring that angle of development into the picture, so that again the communities may listen to him. The other thing could be, the reason is so much in Nyanza, Baba's capital, political capital, the base was Nyanza, Western, and those are the people who bring a lot of trouble, a lot of trouble when it was necessary, when they were needed. So he may be playing a long game, so that in case they do something, they tamper with the ABC thing, this base will be calm. That's how I see it also. This base may be told, we are in government, we must protect government. And also, once that base is calm, he'll be able to handle the rest well. That is after trying to rig elections and then bulldozing himself in. This base will be quiet and be told, now the small things we did, now we can do better, because now we are in government. That's how I see him concentrating on Nyanza and a bit of Western to be able to get that. I don't know what else I've left out on that. Probably you can remind me.
I think you can, Bwana Kamiti, you can still think about it. Yeah, you don't need to speak in one phase. You can always think about it, so no problem. So relax kidogo. Let me now loop in Bwana Budi. Na Budi, karibu sana. Yeah, thank you for being in our show tonight. So maybe many things which have happened today. There is the issue of hospitalization of Bwana Tuju. Maybe you can react to me on that one. What do you think? Is it a case whereby Tuju has fallen into depression and into overthinking to the extent that because of that situation, he cannot be able to handle life and he is critically ill? I saw some videos claiming that, I was showing that he was being taken to ICU. So let's analyze that. So you tell me. Anyway, hata mimi nikapoteza ile kaproti yangu ya one way somewhere, naweza pigwa na hiyo mshtuko. So yeah, that is one. Then maybe you can react about this hegemonic creation of a rural nation by Ruto. That Ruto was encouraging land the other day. I think 2 weeks ago, Ruto was encouraging land. He literally gave them nothing. Alizunguka tu na makanisa tu peke yake. But akifika kwa Wajaluo kuna vile like he is pretending. Let me say pretending, because I don't know whether you will be able to deliver what he is saying. But it seems like he is pulling heavens in that place. Yani zile vitu anaongea na zile vitu ana promise. So maybe you can tell me ni kandi gani anacheza huko Nyanza Is it that you want to buy the loyalty of those people now that Luos are known to be very loyal people? Wakikupenda wamekupenda. They don't care, wanakupenda pamoja na vilema. So you let me understand that. Na vitu zingine zile ambazo utataka kuguziria kidogo. Thank you.
Yeah, asante Njiro. You have asked me 2 questions. Kwa nimekuja kitu hapa juu to discuss with my brother about Orengo, presence in Ruto's meetings. But let me try in a simple way, because pardon niko job to answer your 2 questions. The first one is about Tuju. I said Tuju issue, let's not make it national. That is a personal issue. How Tuju acquired those things are the deals that he made. If we go to the nitty-gritty of it, you will be shocked. Word out here is Tuju at that particular time in the run up to 2013, he was actually in a cold. Then he was brought in to Jubilee to counter. And the reason he was brought there, he was used as a political puppet. Being used as a political puppet, he had leverage. He could demand 1 or 2, 3 things, or they could coerce him in 1 or 2, 3 things. For me, I have read this case not now because I wondered, because the guy even the time immediately got out of, remember when Tuju got an accident? He was treated better than Kibaki was treated, if you remember. He was airlifted, taken to, like Yani Tuju was treated like a prince. The death of Tuju meant the death of Jubilee. So Tuju had to be alive. If you remember how Tuju was, the government paid everything. They lifted him there, took care of him. Government officers were taking and going homage in London to see him. Like Tuju was the prince that was holding the Jubilee with his position. And using his position and leverage at that particular time, Tuju must have amassed a lot of things, whether legally or illegally. And obviously, as his tenure as a Secretary General, you know very well, he rubbed shoulders with the Kalenjin side of Jubilee. Remember, Koistani was the only vocal person that tried through thick and thin. Even if I was not in Jubilee and I never cared about it, but I used to say somehow that even in antagonism, don't be used as a sycophant, because if your master goes out of power, remember you will pay all the dues. Okay? Murade knew how to play it very well. And even now, if you see how Murade is playing it, Murade understands the politics of both sides. Actually, the man who actually said, Enda ujinyonge, he understood how to cross immediately, because when you gain political wealth, it has to be sustained by political friendship. Okay? And Tuju thought, he could master that. No, it doesn't go that way. Even recently, Bwana Moses Kuria's things have been auctioned, Bwana. He didn't cry like that. Moses Kuria things have been auctioned. Ama unafikiria hatujaona hizo? So let's not create a storm out of a cup of tea. That's politics. That's the nature of politics. Politics is money. Money is politics. You bankroll politics using
Budi,
money.
can you also
come
react?
out,
Budi, can you also react when but Kasongo has ended that Tuju has fake friends? What does it mean? What does it mean when you think Tuju has fake friends and
they are trying to provoke? The whole issue is to provoke Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta into the center. Okay, and then they will bring Uhuru, because Uhuru, this guy is holding that land for Uhuru. I mean, let's not even go there, because that's the conversation they want. Okay, look, the question is what assets, because you must have what is called when you take a loan, you need something to back you up. Why am I forgetting the name?
Collateral.
You must have a collateral to access some certain loans. Getting a billion Kenya shillings loan is not a walk in the park. But how Tuju was able to access that, the 900 million, which actually has turned out to 2.5 billion, it was a call. And the banks that were being used, right now we are criticizing CDN Bank. These banks that were political banks that have been used over the years, they come into question over because they go to liquidation, they are closed, they are shut up, they are dubious in the nature of how they deal with things, and there are banks that nobody banks in, but they are able to give 2-3 individuals 3 billion, 10 billion, and you wonder what kind of banks are these? Like CDN Bank, if you look at it, who banks there? Okay. Obviously, it's about 4 or 5 people who obviously can trust that bank, but obviously it's the biggest bank. I hear that in the last budget, it had 503 billion deposits and very little withdrawals. and that's a bank that obviously is being used right now by political proteges of Ruto in terms of transactions. Gachagua has come out and explained, there are people who like the theatrics of Gachagua, but they fail to sit down to understand some of the in-depth things that Gachagua says when he speaks about the things that Ruto has been able to auction out of the country. He goes and says, amechukua fuliza, amefungua CDN, amefanya hivi. So we fail to go deeper and understand what are those things. So Tuju was at the heart of the corruption, which, if we have to go back, will actually disrupt our current formation. And Ruto knows very well that's what he wants to do, because Ruto has gone berserk and now is revealing things about each politician. At the heart of the corruptions of the airport renovation, of all these SGRs before and all these things, there were banks that were involved and people that were involved. And at the heart of it, Matiang'i has been mentioned, and other people have been mentioned, and Ruto was mentioned a lot, and he wants to cave away of bringing it without him being mentioned, and he understands who to touch so that the other person will reveal the other person, or you leave him alone to continue doing what you either speak about it and reveal everybody. It's some sonic theory whereby we will all die, or you leave me alone to continue, because that's how politics have been played from 2007 to 2022. This is how you played the game. This is how you won the game. This is how you manipulated the system. It cannot be now that I'm in power, because you know everything of how you manipulated. Now you act like you are angels. So Ruto is saying, okay, I'm going to deal with you also in a way that we will all die together. So it's either Ruto must go or all of us must go. But when it comes to wealth, that's when we say that the minorities always come together. The members of parliament will pass their packages like in 10 minutes, their salaries in 10 minutes, their vehicles and mortgage in 10 minutes, and they will protect their wealth. So Ruto understands the only way to bring the ruling class to him is to touch their wealth. And Ruto is doing that masterclass right now. So Tuju's issue, if we aren't to put it that ni yetu tuweke emotions kwa vitu za Tuju, we are going to disrupt our agenda. Tuju is paying for his political mischievousness. And I repeat it, bold, italic, underlined. He is dealing with it. The same way Ndolo Aya dealt with it, Magerel dealt with it, Kamodo dealt with it, mpaka kunywa fanta wakati anakufa akafufuka kidogo. All these people, one day they will deal with it. Okay? Ruto will deal with it later on. So when it's Tuju's time, let us not make it like it's sacred. Okay? So, yeah. Now, the issue of Orengo. You see, when Duale was the majority leader, he did something so bad to Kenyans that if there is anybody that is worse and is an enemy of the people, is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta and Duale in 2013 failing to enact fully the 2010 Constitution. And the reason for that was that the House, the lower house, which was Parliament, sought to have the power. The upper house, which was supposed to actually deal with devolution so that we can actually see devolved units go back in a phase where you were given a power that really is like a dog barking without teeth. Okay? And therefore, that benign power is still hanging until today, that you can subpoena governors, they may show up or not show. Cabinet secretaries can come like Matiang'i in front of you, wawasome like babies, and you can do nothing. Now, one of the key problems in devolution, early devolution, and I think America has been able to deal with it effectively, but I think the Trump administration too understands how to deal with it because Mayona also inflexing powers, is the security sector. Now, devolutions that have been done, and even the way they have been done, if you look at how the pattern of devolution in Kenya is the most awkward and the most weird. For instance, in the health sector, we still have about 10 to 15 to 20% of health workers who work with the national government. And then you totally do not have complete devolution in the agriculture sector. And that's why still tunapeana mbolea, so on and so forth. Now, then you start asking, when you say a governor is the CEO of a county, what is he CEOing? Okay. Now, you find that the governor is at the mercy of the national government to the point that he must work with the cabinet ministers to implement some of the things within the county. So when the governor, and one of the things they realized that if they gave the governors the autonomy to govern, it's going to be very difficult for them to go to some counties. And in the 2013, after Ruto and Uhuru came to government, they played us. They retained what we used to call provincial administration. And then they turned and renamed it the national administration, whereby from the DCs, the DOs, and so on and so forth, we came up with names like county commissioners who have so much powers. Okay? Because the security, the manning, the protocol, and everything of the governor is basically controlled by these people. So sometimes we fail to understand that some of these seats called governors are flower seats. Once you become a governor, you start asking yourself, should I keep on being a rebel or just toe and just deliver I go? Am I the only one who is just going to make noise and end up not doing anything? Okay. If you look at the county of Siaya for years, Siaya has never really elected its true governor. Remember in run-up in 2013, when Oburu Odinga wanted to be the governor, and then Rasanga, or not Rasanga, there was somebody who wanted to be, the fight was so hard until Raila had to come in and the compromise candidate became Rasanga, who was the governor for 2 terms. And then again, Oburu threw himself in, Orengo threw himself in, and also other people. And because Raila was running for presidency again, they told Nani off. And it was a compromise thing. It was not actually the people who wanted Orengo or Oburu to be there. So if they had to elect somebody, they had an option. So Siaya also, when you look at how it has been dealt with from 2013, because it has always been on the other side until Ruto started his first tour to Nyanza, if you remember, when he first went to Homa Bay. if you remember that time. And I was shocked, because if there is anybody that I fear that is close to Ruto, and I don't know, for me, it is Orengo. He went to Homa Bay, he left Homa Bay, he went to Migori, and Kisumu, we didn't see him much. Anyang' Nyong'o, I don't know if he was sick or not, but when he finished his tour of Luo Nyanza in Siaya, Orengo called the president His Excellency 13 times. At a time, tulikuwa na which really shocked me. And then the agreement on the podium was, we are going back to talk about agriculture. We need a certain number of tractors, so on and so forth. And you have said you will deliver. So my government and your government are going to work in hand, liwe liwalo, for us to deliver that which has never been delivered. So the working of Orengo and Ruto has always been there. The political theater that we are seeing out here, saa ingine me inani confused to a point that people start believing that Orengo is actually anti-Ruto. Orengo is on the record telling us, I have represented every president in this country. I have represented Kibaki, I have represented Uhuru, I've represented Raila, and I've represented actually Ruto. Okay, so these people have had a very close proximity of working. And now put siasa kando of the rhetoric and the newspaper that we are hearing. The question is, when the president goes to CI, what do you expect? When Orengo also wants to score cards, and knowing politics very well, because he's a veteran of politics, knowing very well that his seat is very much coveted, and this time around, nobody's going to endorse anybody. It has to be a competitive. This is the first time maybe CI may be able to actually elect its governor if infiltration will not be, if it's going to be competitive. In fact, I think CI is the only county, I think within Nyanza, that maybe they may have an independent governor if they, because these people are really pissed off. They really want to elect their own governor because they've really never elected. So what is Orengo doing? He's also playing the politics. He's telling them what Raila has been doing, that Sinyenye mulienda huko kwanza, yeah. Okay, if that makes you happy, I can also have a deal with Ruto, which will be preeminent more than you, and all of you from Mundani, from the budget chair Atandi, and all of you who have been running around here, I will make you, I will put your politics to oblivion. So I don't blame Orengo if that is the politics that Orengo must play too, because if he's being fought by everybody, and we have seen Baba do this, he said, okay, if Mudavadi, if Wetangula and other people went there first and they believe that this is how power should be grabbed, let me also come in and see where they will be. That's why you saw Eliud Owalo becoming useless, Karoli Omondi become useless, Kimba become useless the moment the broad-based government was formed. So, and that is why I said yesterday, this axis of Sifuna that you keep on trusting is evaporating. The only axis that I see, and I saw it in Kabete, was it yesterday or today, yenye inashtua, that is not negotiating with Ruto, na inapea Ruto sleepless night, is the Gachagua axis. But the Sifuna, Babu Owino, and Nani, I think I have gotten to a place where I'm very certain they will negotiate with the Ruto. And I think they will have a better deal than the Mbadis, the Wanga, and so on and so forth. Thank you.
What a waste. It would be a little waste at the Sifuna and the Babu Owino to gravitate towards Ruto after kumpika. But anyway, ni siasa unaniambianga all the time. I think sijui kama Mbudi ndio unatuambianga these people are cousins at times. In politics they are cousins. Unajua hii tunaambiwa kuna makazini sisi raia na kuna makazins wanasiasa. So we are not looking at the ball in the same angle. Wao wakiangalilia chini, sisi tunaangalilia juu. Having said that, Bwana Budi, I also want to ask you something now, because it looks like every government has somebody to punish. Do you think Bwana Tuju is the last one, ama what identify mwingine wafinye, depending with the access of politics, like because some inaweza kuwa Ruto ana mkono hapo, lakini kuna vile ameweka favorability ili mtu kama huyu ateswe kabisa. So ile swali nauliza, do you think it is the beginning of a political nightmare for some of the people within business? Because I think the reason why Mr. Ruto is doing some of these things is to first of all cripple some of the people who have financial muscles. And once you start crippling some of the people who have financial muscles, you are double sure that these people cannot be able to bankroll or even finance any other faction. So for me, I see it as a tactical game plan where Ruto is threatening all people with money so that kama ni opposition itaenda kumpinga, tunampinga na mdomo lakini hatumpingi na pesa. For me, I think he is looking for avenues where opposition money can come from, na ameanzia sasa kugonga hiyo mifereji. What do you think?
Let me tell you, I said it yesterday here. If there is a law that has social capital politically, put aside somebody who has had contacts with a high level from Gachagua, Uhuru, Matiang'i, Tuju. And social capital is one thing that you cannot take for granted in politics. Let me take you through some things that you people forget. During the COVID era, I think I saw a theatrics that I will never forget, and I came to understand the enigma. Many people died during that time. Michuki, Karume, there was this singer, there was Gachagua. In that period, there was high-level funerals that all of them Raila attended. And in each and every funeral, he had a story to tell us, and their proximity, and the families, and the things they have done together, including Matiba, including Kibaki, away from politics. When the antagonism, the toxicity, the polarity of politics was so volatile, and we thought that there's no way out. But away from the newspaper and the politics, these people had a blossoming friendship. Now, let me take you again back to what many people have forgotten. The moment the coalition government of Kibaki and you know this, and you people keep quiet a lot about these issues. When the coalition government was failing, and the Chungwa and the banana thing was going on, we knew there were young boys who were in a BMW that was also a government vehicle who got an accident at 1 or 2 a.m. and badly injured. The media took pictures and they were told never to publish that story forever. In that car, Kibaki grandchildren were there. The child for Raila was there. And also the children and the grandchildren for who? Kenyatta were there. If you remember. And that story, that BMW and everything vanished. Why? Beyond what we are looking and discussing right now, this venom we are being given, some people are sipping and popping champagne right now somewhere in a nice corner. Okay? And these are our real enemies. Okay? But they also own the media, unfortunately. So, and I told you to read a book called Manufactured Consent, of how we own the media, and that is why your master finally decided that I'm not going to go to X, CBS, or anything. If I want to hire or fire somebody, I must have my own media. And he formed his own media, which actually is a good thing politically, because some of these medias, when you depend on them, you will never sleep. Okay? You will never sleep. So we are dealing with a media that is owned by the political class, selling to us like standards. You know, sometimes I laugh. These emotional headlines by Standard, when I know that half of all the energy sector contracts have been given to Gideon Moy. And the other day he was even given government, government, what was it, to go and delegate. He has no position, but he was told to go and delegate and represent Kenya on some issue in terms of government monitoring. And we were asking, what position does he hold? Because his media is formidable. And Ruto understand he hasn't built such media, and eventually he will. But for now, since he needs him and also needs SK Macharia, he will have to give them everything that they want. SK Macharia amepewa the best deal that even Uhuru never gave him. He's so quiet. In fact, some of the first people to visit State House were people, go and look, SK Macharia. So beyond there, I think there's something we need to ask ourselves. And that answers now your question. If you are keen enough to look at events away from the politics of the newspaper and the politics of the TV and ask yourself, who is being played here?
Okay, sawa. I think Bwana Mbudi, I think that one is quite clear. So let me loop in Bwana Kamiti in terms of that. Bwana Kamiti, would you react to what Mbudi has said, especially when it comes to this idea whereby this manufactured consent, whereby like these things which are happening, they could eventually end up in one corner. And it could be actually end up being, because what I've heard from Mbudi is just saying it could end up being us versus them. Like even this, like in Orengo, at one point, they could actually gravitate to Ruto. He feels like Sifuna team is withering away, and those people could gravitate to Ruto. Sasa sisi ni, so can you, najua umesikia Mbudi, can you try to react to what Mbudi has said, because it was quite heavy?
Yes, I'm in consonance with the sentiments Bundi has put forward. That these guys, first of all, everything is possible in politics, but two, it would be very unfortunate for these the Linda Mwananchi guys, because it would be very unfortunate. But one thing I know is that politicians know how to play their cards, and they always play it based on interests. Case in point is June 25th, 2024, and the events that unfolded. Therefore, it was unforeseen because all their interests, all their interests were being threatened, that their careers were being threatened, it was a no-brainer for them. Because in this game, it's like politicians are like these parents who who want to gossip, but they don't want the children to hear of their gossip. So they switch on the TV, the cartoons, and keep the children busy there as they go to another corner to continue their gossip. So these people, that's why this time we need to really think about ourselves and not about the politician. We need to be thorough in terms of looking for people we can put to account, because you can clearly see that when you screen through any united opposition and everything, you see it's just interests. It's only that the interests are not aligning. So everyone is trying to pour out bile on the other. And it's true that we need to keep checking these people outside the outside the news, the stories they put forward on the newspapers, on the media, because they have full control. They have full control of those networks, and that's why they're trying also to control the narratives. Social media, they've tried a lot, because this time around, at least it had caught them by surprise, because something they were not used to. But I agree totally that these people, as long as their interests are good, they keep quiet, even if injustices are being meted upon the people. That's why they continue flourishing in riches, as the people, as they look at us as wananchi as fools, because we don't know the higher game that they play. So it's a difficult job that we have, but we can try and make an impact, because these are people who have played this game for a long time, and they know how to play with the psyche of the people. Unfortunately, they own all the outlets, and they are overseers of information and misinformation, and they control narratives. So for us, hope is not a strategy, but we hope that we can do something better this time around, because otherwise our lives are doomed. So I agree with the sentiments by Bundi.
Okay, so
Let
thank you,
me
committee, for that.
let me add one thing. Niko kazi, utaniallow ni add and then ni leave. I will join you when I get out of work. I'm almost done with the work.
Yeah, what will happen, Budi, I will end the podcast ni vile nitafungua ingine, because even me, I need to drive now. I cannot drive nikuwa kwa podcast. Thanks.
Yeah, let me juggle your mind. Let me tickle your mind kidogo. If you want to know, Ruto is ruthless. Let me take you through an expedition here. Have you ever realized how many prominent media personalities who actually were the core of the media in Kenya that Ruto coerced to get into politics and actually have been elected? And if you don't know that, I can take you from one to another to another to another, and personally, you will realize that it is Ruto who approached them and made sure that they are gotten out. Chicho Pevu, Wambua, okay, Sabina Shege, all these people came from the media. And the reason that was done was to weaken the media completely. Okay. Now Trevor is being taken out. The only person they can ever take is Jeff Koinange, because I don't think the guy can, beyond the platform there. Jeff is a very funny guy. Even on the radio, I saw the other day dancing with another Kamba girl. I think he's too mischievous to do politics outside in the podium. He's a lover boy. But when you look at people who are capable of taking the government into accountability, Ruto has found a way to coerce them and actually make sure they get into the dirty politics. And that has really weakened the fourth estate. Right now, as we are talking, Msichana Wanani is not going to win that seat the way people think. Leto is going to be given that seat by fire, by force. And Leto, the man who you've been loving, the way he has been reporting, utakuja kushangaa politics changes people. And that is how it changed Jicho Pevu. Jicho Pevu had to do everything in everything possible to win that seat. And I like his spirit, because once you decide to go into politics, it doesn't matter now if you are going there to pacify people, because if you go there the way Caris went to pacify us and you lose and you use 2-3 million and that's all your money, you will die like Tuju. So you go there like a lion and say, whatever it takes to win, if this is how elections are won in Kenya, this is how I'm going to win. And you're going to see people, our darlings like Leto, become things that you have never seen before. Don't blame Sabina Sheikh. Don't blame Wambua. Don't blame Jicho Pevu. It is the nature of our politics. But Ruto has had this art and science of corrupting the media and joining to the core. Akona Juliza, man, was this person once upon a time the darling of the people, reporting things in a raw, organic way? Then is this what they can be? There came a time Jicho Pevu became a stooge. Beyond a puppet is a stooge. Beyond a sycophant, it's a stooge. Yet beyond a stooge, there is nothing you can become. Unless you become a robot. And even a robot with AI nowadays has a little bit intelligence, which is called artificial. But a stooge has no intelligence at all. So that, as rightly said in the comment section, the media is gone. It was gone long time ago. Once you start to rise as a media star, you are taken. You are taken. You will not be allowed. And the problem with the media is this. The problem with the media, Mr. Njiru, is this. You don't you don't see power on TV the way me and you see power. You don't see the carpet on TV. Actually, you experience it. If you see Leto talking about Raila and the years he has traveled, he says, I worked with the man for 15 years and I know how he operated. So when they are eating, he's there eating. Where they are taking flights, he's there taking flights. So in one way or the other, through osmosis, or how can I say, in a contagious way, they start, becoming powerful without being in position by their proximity to power, to a point that now they want to be that power. So media is one conniving, profession that you will see them give us all these headlines. Latif the other day, was interviewing who? Kaluma. I don't know if you saw that. And interviewing Kaluma, they started, the last time I saw you, we were with Baba somewhere. And my child wanted to take a photo. And actually, Kaluma is the one who organized, and my child took a photo with Baba. That photo is just like a shrine in our home. We have kept it. And in that small statement, I realized who Latif he is. His proximity to Raila, his proximity to power, and how he's compromised. Raila's picture is a shrine in his home. What does that tell you? Does he report for us? If one politician's picture is a shrine in his home, it might be a very simple statement, but loaded So when we read all these media sometimes and you think that the media is with us, question, we are alone, we are on ourselves. And this fight, if Sifuna understood that the people are willing to fight for him and with him so that he can associate himself, then Sifuna could have gained a mileage in the future and he will have a future with the Kenyans. But the way Sifuna is playing, knowing on 27th, he is no longer going to be the Secretary General. What is he still doing there? He should resign and say sasa tuendelee, because he has already gained the footing of the people. The fact that he's not courageous enough tells you that he's playing politics, and not only playing politics, he's gravitating to understand how he can still win so that he can go first, second, before he gets a footstool and before he gets enough what? Money. Just like Sakaja understood, I have to go from here, I go to here, finally I'll have enough money, and even if I go for governor one time, I'll be a billionaire, I'll be a power player, and the rest is history. So the fourth estate is not your friend. Thank you. Njiru umeenda?
Niko hapa. I'm here.
Yes, probably just rejoined on that, Njiru. On Sifuna.
Yes, go ahead.
I think this a guy who is so fearful. He fears losing. But for me, I would tell him this momentum, if the people are even willing to bring out, they are willing to fight for this hope because they can see a narrow window here of escape. They are willing to do everything to, even if it is little, but he is squandering the opportunity. His mind is on the fact that he will lose, but he forgets the fact that Baba Raila was actually president of this country for all those times. He forgets that because he had one strong instrument called the people, and he reached a point where he was not worried whether he wins or not, because he knew that he has control. He has controlled the emotions of people, and by giving them hope. That's one thing he forgets, and also forgets history, that with that political machinery that Baba had, he started it by showing bravery. He would disagree with even bigger people, including the father, and coming out and charting his own path. So him is just in a comfort zone. He wants a soft landing, but I don't know how it goes, because I foresee a time when he'll be left alone. Even the people will have gotten, if he doesn't collect his act quickly and do what he must do, then even the people will leave. He'll be lonely, even the political scene. So he's I think he's a fearful person, and it will be bad for him, because such opportunity does not come twice. It only pops up once. Well, if you squander it, that is it.
Yeah, for sure. So let me ask a question. So how do you, Sifuna started very well, alianza na roho, na ni kama Mbudi anasema ni kama anataka kumalizia na mwili. So let me ask a question, because there are some people who tried to compare Sifuna to even Obama. I saw a script somewhere watu walikuwa wanasema even, you know, Sifuna is actually the age which Obama actually became the president of America, 46, thereabout. So some people have tried to christen Sifuna to Obama, that wave which Obama created. Is Sifuna understanding that he can actually guide a moment if he becomes serious? But do you think Sifuna understands what he holds? Ama tu anacheza tu na watu who want to inflate his momentum? Budi, ni wewe? Aya, Bwana Kamiti, you can react to that. Alafu utaniruhusu nifunge show, nitafungua baadaye because I need to drive and I cannot drive with the phone, so itabidi nifunge show. If we were 4-5, I only need to drive like for 40 minutes nifike.
All right.
So react.
Yes. This is a guy. Okay. As you can see, the Obama moment was stemming from the beginnings. It was stemming from a minority point of view, but he broadened it beyond that part of that the black and everything. He broadened it and made it very safe for everyone to trust him, because he brought in nationalistic view of the people. There's no point that he concentrated on the side of the population, the black, but the blacks automatically had hope in him. They backed him together with his party, and he rose very quickly because of his nationalistic view, which is almost the same position that Sifuna has, because his backing is not from his tribal backyard, but it's national, because people can see some hope. But the guy either does not have technical people to brand him and push him to that pedestal that he needs to be in. And I think also he cannot imagine that the carpet has been rolled for him to, he thinks he's not worthy to step on the carpet and move. So he's just moving on the ground by the sides, because he can't believe that he is the one, you see? And I pray that he quickly realizes the power that he's wielding right now and not squander it, because it is almost the same. It's a parallel of what happened to Obama. But the guy is so fearful because he can't believe that he can do it. Yet this could be the moment for him.
So Bwana Kamiti, what are the errors? What are the errors which Sifuna is doing, and or maybe we give him time? His movement maybe is still getting momentum, but could he move from low to high, or he is at a point of impasse, or he is at a point of stagnation now? That is something I want us to analyze.
At this point, from my estimation, is waiting for his 27. The verdict, which I think had
already been made, because if I get into his mind, is looking at he's thinking that leaving ODM is betraying Raila and betraying Raila and his legacy, and he's claiming that he's fighting for it, and probably he doesn't want to start from scratch. He wants to hold on to the political basis of Raila, what he doesn't realize is also that the dynamics have slightly changed. That right now he's national by the fact that the youth vote by majority is on his side, aside from the tribal arithmetics. So for me, it's a wait and see. But past 27th, if he doesn't catch up quickly, then I don't know. I think this thing will have died.
So, Bwana Budi, you can react to that. Do you think hii momentum ya Sifuna itaendelea ama wale watu walisema ni moto wa makaratasi, have they been validated? Kuna watu walisema ama hii kitu ni moto ya makaratasi ama there is an Obama in the making here. Budi?
Sifuna still has time to make a decision based on history. And if there are people around him who listen to us, Sifuna must go dive into history and understand that power is not negotiated, it's grabbed. And the moment you see where the euphoria of the people and the current political temperature, then that is how you arise. Okay, that's the smoke that, forces you beyond your current situation. Now, if you look at through history of Kenya, Raila had to come out of his father's party. Uhuru had to come out of KANU. Ruto had to come out of ODM and KANU and form URP to gain power. Kalonzo had to come out of what? KANU. Secondly, ODM. Thirdly, the ODM that he had, then eventually, revamp himself as Mudavadi, the same thing. It's Wetangula who tried to be relevant, but Wetangula is a local man who is not a national leader that you cannot take very serious. Now, the other thing, Sifuna needs to understand, and this is the most important thing for Sifuna to know. And it's in two parts. The first one is this: the oath that he took before the country, where Ida, that evil woman, coerced Sifuna to come through the media and say, haitakuwa ni mimi ambayo nitakuwa nimefanya nini. Sifuna took an oath. He was not invited there. All of a sudden, he found himself there because there's the Nairobi leadership that came over there. And Sifuna was not part and parcel of it because wakinaladwa ndio waliko huko. But Mama Ida, being so evil, called the man before the media, and excitement arose the man, and he took an oath, a political oath, na isikue ni mimi ambaye nitakuwa nimeharibu chama cha Raila Amolo Odinga. That was stupid. Now that we look back, that was evil, that was crafted to put him in a position whereby they wanted him to fail, and now he must release himself from that oath. Okay? Why? Because nobody arose by a false oath. Even Raila himself had to betray his father's party and leave the headquarters in Ajip. Until today, the headquarters of Ford Kenya, where the chair is Wetangula and still the speaker, is in Ajip House. But from then, Raila moved how many parties? And yet that was his biological father, blood father. So who is Sifuna to tell us that haitakuwa yeye? Let it be as soon as possible if he wants leverage in that. So Thirdly, I said in two parts, but there's one I need to add. Once you arise to a certain political influence, that your position is unattainable, now you have a role to play. Now, this is where Sifuna is almost, but almost doesn't count. Then you realize two things happen when you start playing a role as a country. Like Gachagua, every day we have to look what he says, what he didn't say, why he shouldn't say it. You know, every day, if you go nowadays, people Google what did Gachagua, if you go what did in Google, you will find what did Gachagua do today. Why? Because that has become what people Google. Okay. Now, once you arise to that position, you become a person who plays a role. Okay? Raila was never a president, but he played the role of the presidency for almost 20 years in that country. Now, when you get to that point, you must understand this. You will have to betray people. There is no option. You must betray. Hiyo ni katiba ya kukua kingship. Na you must kill. I'm not saying literally. You must kill people politically. And one of the people that he must betray is Babu Wino. Unfortunately, it's not the right time to say that, but eventually he has to do that. The other thing, he has to get to a point he will have to get a fight with Mama Aida openly or Winnie Odinga openly. And I saw it coming. Okay? He has to sit down and start saying, hawa ni wasaliti, walisaliti Kenya for a very long time, for him to gain a foot within the GNCs. Hawa ndio hata walifanya. And I'm saying very radical things. Hawa ndio walifanya watu wa GNZ wakakosa kuchukua uongozi kwa sababu ya msimamo wa huyu mzee. He has to understand that he has to say things that he never thought he would say. He has to betray people he never thought he will betray. And he has to make alliance with people he never dreamt he will make alliance with. That is the nature of politics.
Probably, I was wondering whether it would be he will still hold the youth, especially the Gen Z backing, if he chooses the route of say joining up with Gachagua, or especially Gachagua. I'm a bit skeptical whether the Gen Z want that route. Though still it's Gachagua has big political capital and backing, but I'm not sure whether if he chooses that path, which is I think that's what you're insinuating in terms of joining those people whom he never thought he would join. So I don't know whether he still maintains his political capital in terms of Gen Zs on that when he makes such a move.
You know, anyone, and I'm saying this without a doubt, right now it's not fashionable, but anyone who will one day stand up in the podium, who used to be very close to Raila, and take Raila accountable for the failures of the Gen Zs and say Raila was the stone, the first stone and the last stone that killed the revolution that we'll have had. A collective successful revolution, a couples, bloodless, was Raila. And taking into account without fear, with a fitting account, in the podium, will win the youths of Kenya. And if I was Sifuna today, just like Malema has taken that stand and looked and said, yes, there are many things we must say good about Mandela, but we don't have land today in South Africa because of Malema. Malema says it's because of Mandela, not because of the white man. We had an opportunity to take our land in 1992. The man that came in between our land and ourselves was Mandela. He was sold out and he betrayed the cause. The Freedom Charter was sold out because of the man, because he went into political pact with our enemies and forgot the repercussions. And that is when he said, the man that gave his people land that is in Villian today is Mugabe. But at least they are poor, but they have their land. Now, Malema, when he started saying those things, it was not very fashionable. But that as we go to an election whereby many people are protecting the legacy of Raila and treating him as a deity, and that is what is holding ODM today. If we scatter and demonize the Odingas to the core, ODM will not hold water. Everybody will run away. And that's what ought to be done. If Sifuna needs to arise and understand the nature of politics, that's not betraying Baba. That is saying the truth. And that truth will set him free. But if he wants to go to oblivion like Magarel and the rest, sour, he has chosen that path. The problem is when you fail to do what you ought to do and success become past glory, it is very painful. Ask politicians. There is nothing as bad as talking about I used to when it could have continued. But you had false loyalty to a dead king, unfortunately.
Yes, I agree that he has to be radical if he has to build his brand, a fiery brand, and a long-lasting brand. First thing is that I think he has. I think if he's wise, he needs to do it as soon as the ratification of his expulsion comes out officially. On that 27th, he must bolt out and radically do this, because that is his undoing, because the guy is very fearful coming out of the comfort zone, and he must start come guns blazing on especially on those points from the father, and then to Winnie, to Winnie and the mother, and clearly show the people that these people, you could see they are after protecting themselves and they don't care about the people. Probably he may succeed if he goes the long haul on that and endears himself to the youth. But I don't know what might happen to him if he builds his brand on also on by going the Gachagua way. That one I'm not. I can see him getting tainted. I don't know, because that would be another route that I haven't seen him being so bilious on he has thrown jabs here and there on Gachagua, but not so bilious on Gachagua. I don't know, because you could see people like Hamisi when Gashago is mentioned, they grow cold feet. So I don't know how you view his future if he goes that way. But I agree, he must be radical. Hence, from 27th, he must be radical, because you see the guy also is holding on to the court case. I don't know what he knows that I don't know. He's so much into holding onto ODM. I don't know, but he needs to chart his own path for sure for him to be relevant. It's not a must. Don't think it's a must he holds a former office. He can create his own office, just as Raila had his own office.
Well, I have to leave, my friend, and I think we'll converge here later.
Yeah. Guys, I have to cross. Nitafungua later on. Thanks. Because right now I'm driving. Yeah. Nitafungua later on. Thank you.